Wow, okay. I think we're getting closer here, folks. Wow, okay. I think we're getting closer here, folks. Welcome back to Four Cities. It's 421 Flys Bordeaux to Seattle as we recreate the Asobo studio migration from Bordeaux, France to Seattle. And you may disagree with me, but this is the most difficult achievement of them all, right here. Okay? Flying this big jet over the North Pole. It's over 5,000 miles almost. Um, we have been delayed on takeoff about 45 minutes now for technical reasons. However, I think we've got that worked out finally. And so I appreciate everyone getting here at 421 Bordeaux time. These will not be the only technical difficulties we have today. It's a lot. I mean, the network could drop out, the server could drop out. We're going to be resetting the stream throughout the trip. It's 8.5 hours. So just be prepared. Now that we've got things going, I think I want to just get us off the ground. We can talk once we're in the air and on course. But right now, I just want to get things going. We're going to do a takeoff. Toga. Okay? Here we go. All right. Big flight, everybody. 421 Flys Bordeaux, France to Seattle, Washington. Very rainy day here in Bordeaux today. The runway is very wet. Can't even see the end of the runway. We are airborne. It's been a really difficult 24 hours.
421, contact Bordeaux Center on 125 decimal tree. Good day.
125 decimal tree, Indica 421. Goodbye. Bordeaux Center, Indica 421 is passing 2,200 feet, climbing 11,000 feet.
Indica 421 Bordeaux Center, altimeter 29 or decimal 9 or 2 radar contact, continue.
So, as many of you know, my training flights, I've been focusing on the A320. I thought I had the 747 down. So I've been training on the A320. However, over the weekend, over the Easter weekend, I began doing some training flights, Vancouver to Seattle, short ones, just to work on that. Could not get the navigation to work. I don't know if the flight was too short. I could not figure it out. And so I almost considered canceling the entire adventure. Like if you can't navigate over the North Pole, you're in big trouble. However, well, it's raining even here at, where are we at? 3,500 feet, so yeah, big deal. Or 5,100, sorry. So anyway, got up this morning, did some more training flights, everything worked perfect. I even learned how to get the airplane in a holding pattern and kind of get out of it at the same time. Endless holding pattern over the Atlantic Ocean. Bad idea. And also some course change, I'll show you what I'm talking about. So I've been focusing most of my training up here, but really it's also down. See that little box there? Like we're not going to need this stick. This box right here. See this? This is important. Just trying to figure this thing out. Oh my gosh. Yeah. Okay. Suddenly this morning everything was working. I have no idea. So here we are, 421 Flys Bordeaux, France to Seattle, Washington. It's a recreation of the Asobo studio migration. to the Microsoft Empire headquarters. And so this is 8.5-hour trek over the North Pole.
Indica 421 climb and maintain flight level 250.
So,
Climb and maintain
yeah.
flight level 250 Indica 421.
So get comfy. It's going to be a nice comfy ride. Everything seems to be working now. I did shut off the live time, live weather feature, minimize the live traffic. I think that's what was causing the problem with the stream. Just too much data going back and forth for an 8.5-hour flight. But things seem to be working now, so I chose storm. I want to rack up some more hours in rainstorms. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, we're doing good. About to punch through the storm. There we go. I really do enjoy the storm setting on the flight simulator. It's a lot more fun. And when I'm flying A320s or 747s now, this is basically my cockpit view. Just more instrument training. ILS. VOR. Yeah. But right now, it looks like we're locked in. We got all our waypoints in. We're all set. We got to be mindful of the altitude changes as they get called in. But other than that, we are on a steady course to our destination, Seattle, Washington. As we recreate the Asobo team migration, 421 Flys Bordeaux, France, to Seattle, Washington, brought to you by the Price Genie. Today, throughout the flight, we're serving Pete's Coffee. And boy, does the PriceGenie.com have a great special on their organic blends. Okay. Go check it out at PriceGenie.com. Look for the Pete's Coffee logo. There's a link right there to get either 10% off or free delivery, your choice. And pretty much that's my best source for organic coffee. I'm a big organic coffee maker. Many of you may not know this, but coffee is one of the most pesticide-laden and herbicide-laden just because of how difficult it can be to grow in different places. And so getting that organic label or single source organic, that's important. It really does make a difference. Hope you're enjoying some of that Pete's Coffee. Thanks to the PriceGenie.com. They're sponsoring this flight for an entire 8 hours. They're sponsoring this flight for an entire 8 hours.
Indica 421 climb and maintain flight level 360.
Climb and maintain flight level 360 Indica 421.
Indica 421 contact Bordeaux Center on 124.2. Good day.
124.2 Indica 421. Goodbye. Bordeaux Center Indica 421 is at flight level 235 climbing flight level 360.
Indica 421 Bordeaux Center radar contact. Continue to ROYAN.
So on the 747, I generally set the screen in front of me to 40-mile range, but the other one, especially on these long distance ones, I set that one to 160, so I can keep an eye on our flight plan, make sure we're in the right direction. I actually learned how to correct the flight plan should we head in the wrong direction. Mostly. 421 flies. Bordeaux, France to Seattle. So broke through the storm, heading up to our cruising altitude. It's probably going to be up near 43,000 feet, just trying to get up to 35,000 feet. One thing about these big jets, you get up to that 35,000 foot level, climbing any higher gets more and more difficult. And so let's see if we can just get that done here today. Couple more little land masses here and there, but after that we're going to be over the Atlantic Ocean, heading over the North Pole, so there won't be much to see down below after that. .421 Flys Bordeaux, France to Seattle. The Asobo migration to the Microsoft Empire headquarters. Well, it's a recreation of that big day over a decade ago. It's one of the hardest achievements in Flight Simulator. You have to really dedicate yourself. You have to have your network solid for a full 8.5 hours. And if you're streaming on top of that, well, good luck. Because I was delayed 45 minutes just getting it all worked out. No promises. No promises. Just dedication, commitment. Not a professional pilot. Not even a private pilot. Barely a virtual pilot.
Climb and maintain flight level 420 Indica 421.
Okay, there's our call to go up to 42,000. And I would bet that's probably going to be our cruising altitude for the rest of the flight. So we'll see how long it takes us to get up there. Doing pretty good. .72 Mach. Even as we make this big climb here. Right on course. This is great. This is what I was worried about all last night. Kept me up all last night. Like, how am I going to make this flight if I'm losing my course all the time? Flight plan deviation. Boo!
Indica 421 contact breast center on 123.75. Good day.
123.75 Indica 421. Goodbye. Breast center Indica 421 is passing flight level 355, climbing flight level 420.
Indica 421 breast center radar contact. Continue to Ubudo.
And it looks like we're right on course for that. Yep. Our next waypoint, and then we'll be making a slight turn off to the west. Just a bit, though. The course over the North Pole is an interesting one. And it's thousands of miles shorter than trying to go direct to Seattle from that part of France. Go over, not under, if you know what I mean. 421 Flys. Bordeaux to Seattle. 4 cities. All right, 30 minutes into our flight here at 421 Flys Bordeaux, France to Seattle. And as you can see, it takes quite a while to get up to that 42,000 foot level. We're only climbing at about 250, 300 feet per minute. And we're doing that to maintain our flight speed, which, as you can see, is not the highest. Normally we'd be at 0.8 Mach. It's at 0.73. Now that's still very fast. However, we're in a tricky window there. If we try to climb any faster, it's actually going to affect our flight speed to the point where we'd have to. So, this is what happened yesterday a couple times. Get caught in this weird loop of not quite enough speed to get up, not quite enough speed to get down. Yeah. So we're just letting the robot handle it. No big rush, right? Only 8 more hours to go. Thanks for joining us, by the way. Appreciate you. Brought to you by thepricegenie.com. Grab some of that Pete's coffee. It makes these 8.5-hour flights go much quicker. All right, everything checks out. You're talking 747 or A320, any of these big jets. Like once it's set up, don't touch. Yeah, just let it go. Let the robot do its thing. Don't touch. Unless you have to.
Indica 421, please expedite your climb flight level 420. Indica 421, please expedite your climb flight level 420.
I'm willing to try, but yeah, yesterday, the minute I did this, it was issues. So, I'm gonna try like 300 feet, maybe. I think any more than that, we're asking for trouble. Yeah, let's try 300 feet. Give it a shot. Okay. Ha! 500's the minimum. Okay. See what happens. We gotta climb 2,000 feet, but may get to a point where we can't do that because of the airspeed. Let's try to power up a little. 1,100 more feet. That's all we gotta do.
Indica 421 contact breast center on 124.8. Good day.
Going to 124.8 Indica 421. Breast center Indica 421 is passing flight level 410, climbing flight level 420.
Indica 421 breast center radar contact. Continue to RB005.
It's that last 1,000 feet or so that's such a struggle. But this is pretty good. I think part of the problem, I was up at this altitude yesterday and I was setting the climb rate to like 2,000 feet per minute. Maybe that was the issue.
Indica 421 contact breast center on 124.725. Good day.
Going to 124.725 Indica 421. Breast center Indica 421 is passing flight level 415, climbing flight level 420.
Indica 421 breast center radar contact. Continue to RB005.
So I believe that's southern England off to the right there. It's tough to tell through all these clouds. And it looks like we've reached our cruising altitude of 42,000 feet. It's 421 Flys Bordeaux, France to Seattle. Yeah, so we are maintaining altitude, sort of, and the airplane is trying to get back up to about 200 knots. It's just difficult to maintain this altitude, 42,000 feet.
Indica 421, you are 300 feet below your assigned altitude. Climb and maintain flight level 420.
Climb and maintain flight level 420 Indica 421.
Alright, let's see if I throw on a little extra power, if possible. Maybe I can get us up there.
Indica 421, please expedite your climb flight level 420.
So I think I'm going to do is hold right here and try and pick up some speed, and then we'll try and get up there.
Indica 421, please expedite your climb flight level 420.
Yeah, see, those tower guys don't like that.
Indica 421, please expedite your climb flight level 420. Indica 421, please expedite your climb flight level 420. Indica 421, please expedite your climb flight level 420.
Breast Center Indica 421. Request flight level tree 80.
Indica 421, descend and maintain flight level tree 80.
Descend and maintain flight level tree 80 Indica 421.
I guess I forgot you can always call the tower and ask them to decrease your flight level if you're having a hard time getting up there. 421 flies. Bordeaux, France to Seattle, Washington. We are about 1 hour into almost, not quite, almost an hour into our flight here. 8.5 hours. Just trying to reach a good cruising altitude, so ATC will leave us alone. Otherwise, right on flight plan, everything's good. It's brought to you today by thepricegenie.com and Pete's Coffee. 421 flies at 4 cities.
421, please expedite your descent flight level tree 80. Indica 421, please expedite your descent flight level tree 80. Indica 421, contact Breast Center on 127.2. Good day.
127.2 Indica 421. Goodbye. Breast Center Indica 421 is passing flight level 405, descending flight level tree 80.
Indica 421, Breast Center radar contact. Continue to RB005. Indica 421, please expedite your descent flight level tree 80. Indica 421, please expedite your descent flight level tree 80. Indica 421, please expedite your descent flight level tree 80. Indica 421, please expedite your descent flight level tree 80.
All right, looks like we got it locked in. 38,000 feet. Cruising speed of .82 Mach. This is right where we should be. Perfect. $421. Flys Bordeaux, France to Seattle. The Asobo migration to the Microsoft Empire. At 4 cities.
Welcome back to The Price Genie at thepricegenie.com. This is the face of AI design. Artificial intelligence is going to be everywhere, so why not put it on your shirt? The robots are coming. This is the face of AI. Seriously, this is what AI really looks like. It looks great on aprons, coffee mugs, and coasters for a gift. Shirts, skirts, dresses, hoodies, sweatshirts, baseball caps, dad hats, and bucket hats. They all have the face of AI. We've even got tote bags, duffel bags, blankets, pillows, duvet covers, and shower curtains. Yes, even acrylic block art for your office, all with the face of AI. New items magically appearing every day. Subscribe to the Magic Lamp. It's all at The Price Genie at thepricegenie.com. Quality at great prices.
Welcome back to 421 Flys. Bordeaux, France to Seattle. The Asobo migration at 4 cities. Brought to you by thepricegenie.com. Today, it's Pete's Coffee and their very special organic blends that we are sipping throughout the entire flight. 8.5 hours. Welcome to hour number 2. 38,000 feet. Mach .82. Cruising over the North Pole. Not sure we're actually going to see it, though. We have storm settings set.
Indica 421, contact Manchester Center on 118.775. Good day.
Suppose we could always-
118.775, Indica 421. Goodbye. Manchester Center,
Suppose we could
Indica
always-
421, flight level 380.
Indica 421, Manchester Center, radar contact. Continue to bog me.
Like, here's what's cool. We can change the actual weather every hour if we want. Let's go in here. Got it set to storm. Let's go to few clouds. There we go. How about that? A little better view for you. There you go. It's pleasant, no? Nice pleasant day here at 38,000 feet. Hope you enjoyed the flight.
F421 contact Shannon Center on 1.2.15. Good day.
132.15 Indica 421. Goodbye. Shannon Center Indica 421 flight level 380.
Indica 421 Shannon Center radar contact. Continue to go to.
.421 Flys Bordeaux to Seattle via Sobo migration to the Microsoft Empire's headquarters. So I'm just going to guess based on our flight time and sort of location. This is Ireland. The island of Ireland. And somewhere down there is a four-leaf clover with a couple leprechauns, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, pretty sure that's Ireland. Beautiful place. Really pretty. lucky, right? That's why they say luck of the Irish. Thanks for joining us for hour number 2 of the 421 flight, Bordeaux to France. And this would be a good time. I want to recognize some of the other pilots who have, unknowingly, let's put it that way, unknowingly, help me get through this. Okay? Help me get through this quick training period. I didn't have a lot of time. That's the kind of pressure my ego put on me to get this far. And in a very short time, I've quickly learned the simulator. I got my arms around the A320. Sometime in the last 24 hours, I seem to have got my fingers in the Boeing 747. Some of the turboprops, and it really wouldn't have happened ever, but definitely not as quick as it has, without some of the pilots that are also out in the YouTube community. And so I just wanted to recognize them real quick. Got a spot for you on our own YouTube page over at 4 Cities. But let's just recognize some of those people really quickly here. The corporate pilot. And he was really good on some of the Cessna jets and a couple of the other planes. Fish Steaks. So Fish Steaks flies out of Manchester, and he's got a great approach to describing some of the operations of a couple different airplanes. Really good channel. That earned a spot on our YouTube channel. Really good. Taka also. Great stuff. Elizabeth O'Dare. She helped with a couple of the bush flights. Interestingly. Atif Ahmad, also a pilot who has really helped out here at 4 Cities. Now, interesting, all these people helped me and didn't even know it. Sometimes 4 years ago. Okay? And that's the interesting part about the algorithm, right? Can actually help people in the future. And so, thank you very much for all your input and your videos. Really great stuff, guys. And you can go check out their channels by simply visiting the 4 Cities YouTube channel. And that can be found at my421.com. In fact, you can find all our social media channels over there at my421.com. It's got the YouTube link. It's got Twitter or X. It's got an Instagram thing. Some of these get more attention than the others. And then the most recent arrival is Twitch. There's probably a podcast link, but I don't know if that one's active or not. That's a whole other process. I think so. Like, I think the Apple podcast link is active, but I think right now there's only 3 videos. So that's a whole other thing we would have to work out. Anyway, find it all at my421.com. And thanks again to all the other pilots who helped us get started on this journey. We put that all together, by the way, in Flight Simulator 421 Flies. Those are some of the videos I did, but I also did save some of the other people into a playlist as well, just to kind of show you the videos that helped me. Maybe you'd find them helpful for you. It's been an interesting journey. Honestly, I never thought this was that big of a deal. Like, yay, Microsoft Flight Simulator. It took me less than 20 minutes to figure out I was completely wrong about that. This has got some incredible detail and works pretty good. I think there's still some work to be done on the 24 version, especially for console players like me. But the Anniversary Edition, Microsoft 2020, yeah, that's come out pretty good. And the learning curve isn't that steep. I'd suggest, do the training operations, do some of your own training operations. really kind of dig in a little, my next adventure is going to be exploring this little box down here. This whole thing. Yeah. And that'll be really interesting. We're going to do a series of flights where we do nothing but play with that box. So I'm looking forward to that. That really is the key to operating this or the 320.
Contact Shannon Center on 131.15. Good day.
787, 380.
131.15 Indica 421. Shannon Center Indica 421 flight level 380.
Indica 421 Shannon Center, radar contact. Continue to go to.
737 MAX, a whole bunch, all come down to that little box. Trying to figure out that little box. That's kind of the only thing that's actually universal, right? The little itty bitty robot by your kneecap. So you kind of need to know how to operate that thing. I'll give you an example. I saw one of my friends here, one of these excellent virtual pilots I was just describing, and he was putting his 747 into a holding pattern. And I was like, that's kind of cool. You pick a waypoint, you click here, holding pattern, slow down a little bit to make it smaller, leave it at the regular cruising speed if you don't mind going around kind of a longer way. And then when you're done, rejoin your flight plan. That was kind of cool. You see how this can kind of take over your life for a brief, like so many games we've played here at Four Cities. Yeah. That's what it's all about, right? Having some fun, exploring, learning a few new things. I, for one, did not realize, and I have flown before. I've taken a private introductory flight. I never got really past that. Very expensive. And have watched a lot of training videos and what I never realized how many different moving parts and how complicated it is. And yet, once you get that in your head, not too tough. I personally think if you are someone who actually wants to take private lessons to get your pilot's license, this is a good start. A lot of times when you go to a school, they have a simulator sitting right there that you're going to hop into anyway. And so I'm not saying you would short circuit anything, but you would definitely get a taste of what you're going to be in for and have some skills going in, and especially on the instrument flying. Flight plans, those kind of things. That was I wasn't very experienced when I took that introductory flight, and I'll be honest, I saw what you had to do with flight plans, what you had to do with the ground school, and I kind of was like, I just want to get behind the wheel and start flying. That is not what it's all about. Too many people up there and way too many people on the ground. Let's not forget about that flight insurance, right? So nice job, Asobo Studios. Can see why Microsoft scooped that one up, which is why we're taking today's flight. Bordeaux, France to Seattle. Recreating the migration. 421 flies at 4 cities. Just about ready to head out over the Atlantic Ocean. Cruising over Ireland, I believe this is. And then I can't remember if we actually go over Iceland. There will be a slight journey over Greenland. But I don't know if we're actually going to catch Iceland. So we'll keep our eyes open. 421 flies. 421 Flys Bordeaux, France to Seattle. And you didn't see it on the stream. However, just got notified by Xbox Command that the achievement 50 hours of IRL flight time was just completed. And honestly, that's part of why we're doing this flight, is we want to pick up as many hours as we can in a couple different categories, and this one does accomplish that. And that one was one of them. So we knocked that one down. Let's keep going. Only about 7 more hours to go. That should, we're going to catch up a little bit despite our delays. That should put us in Seattle about 4 p.m. Seattle time. We'll see. Thanks for joining us for today. It's been a great start so far. After we got off the ground, that first 45 minutes was a bit of a nightmare. However, since then, things have been going pretty good. Thanks again to thepricegenie.com for sponsoring the flight. Pete's Coffee. Right now, 10% off or free delivery, your choice. And we recommend wholeheartedly every morning the organic blends. They have 3 great ones right now. It comes as a package, and really good price, delivered for free. And we've been sipping on it for about a month now, over a month, ever since we brought Pete's Coffee into thepricegenie.com. So go check it out. Link on thepricegenie.com. Get 10% off. 421 Flys Bordeaux to Seattle. 4 cities.
Indica 421 contact Shanwick Center on 12.3.905. Good day.
123.905 Indica 421. Goodbye. Shanwick Center Indica 421 flight level 380.
Indica 421 Shanwick Center radar contact. Continue to H5413.
Welcome back to The Price Genie at thepricegenie.com. This is the face of AI design. Artificial intelligence is going to be everywhere, so why not put it on your shirt? The robots are coming. This is the face of AI. Seriously, this is what AI really looks like. It looks great on aprons, coffee mugs, and coasters for a gift. Shirts, skirts, dresses, hoodies, sweatshirts, baseball caps, dad hats, and bucket hats. They all have the face of AI. We've even got tote bags, duffel bags, blankets, pillows, duvet covers, and shower curtains. Yes, even acrylic block art for your office, all with the face of AI. New items magically appearing every day. Subscribe to the Magic Lamp. It's all at The Price Genie at thepricegenie.com. Quality at great prices.
welcome back to 4 cities. 421 Flys Bordeaux, France. To Seattle, it's the Asobo migration recreation to the Microsoft Empire headquarters. Over a decade ago, it is the most difficult achievement, in this virtual pilot's opinion, in the entire list. In the 2020 anniversary edition anyway. They have that whole series of achievements. This is the most difficult one. Now, there is the other one we talked about with the Spruce Goose. Like, if you wanted to, forget which 2 or 3 achievements it was, because you had to fly a turboprop. That's right. You had to fly a turboprop for 8 hours. But the only turboprop, and we're not even sure if it was a turboprop, we could find in the aircraft that's available in the game, Spruce Goose. So, I don't know if that's some kind of trick. Like, we're going to try it. I know the plane I'd like to fly on that 8-hour journey. I just don't think it qualifies. And I'll tell you why. The maximum endurance, 6 hours. This has to be an 8-hour flight. 6 from 8 is 2. That means you crash somewhere after 2. Not good. So we'll have to work that out. But this achievement is achievable. This plane will go the distance. This plane can recreate the Asobo migration to Microsoft from Bordeaux, France to Seattle. And that's what we're doing here on 421. 421 Flys at 4 cities. Got a lot of interesting things coming up. Later on, we're going to talk about tariffs. Wow, there's a fun topic. Also, mental health. The robots are coming. Wow, they're coming. They are coming so hard. Those robots. Expectations. That's a big... I should have renamed that, what did you expect? Like, expectations is, but really it's about, well, what did you expect? And some of our sponsors, some of our featured sponsors, thepricegenie.com. We're also supposed to have Darling Mello in here later. And we're also going to talk about the Beehive newsletters. Cookies by Design, Pete's Coffees, and your sleep. You need sleep. And we've got the perfect thing to wrap you up in there so you get some good sleep. It's all coming up. 421 Flys, Bordeaux, France, to Seattle, 4 cities. 421 Flys, welcome, darling Mello. 421 Flys, Bordeaux, France to Seattle. So when I think part of the reason we're having so much trouble with the stream early on, well, before we even got off the ground, was I had live weather and live time turned on. And just all that data flowing back was not working. The minute I turned live weather, because it's an 8.5-hour journey, so the simulator is grabbing all that data for that entire flight and pulling it back in as it works this way. So anyway, turn that thing off, turn off the real flight time, set it to when we were going to take off anyway, so we'd at least have that going for us, and boom, everything started working. But the one thing I did leave on was other players, and look at that. Somebody's out there flying over the Pacific, or the Atlantic as well. Stick Fig Kiss. Stick Fig Kiss. Flying in a C-700. About 1,000 feet above us, way out there. We should be passing over Iceland at some point, and then Greenland. So I'm not sure if that's it coming up there, but wow, there's another pilot. Everybody wave. Darling Mello on board. Yes, I did get all the snacks. I got everything we need for the flight. The whole 8.5 hours. All the yummy munchies. All your favorite Scooby snacks, if you know what I mean. It's 8.5 hours, so you got to be prepared. Here at 421 Flys. I have to say that, make sure I always say that together, 421 Flys. If I take too long, people are going to think, flies? You got flies? No. I do. The 747 will carry enough fuel to make it over the ocean. This is why they fly all that way. And then I personally have enough to fly that far. That's the point. It's the endurance. Did they, Darling Mello is across the pond back that way. Did they ever have telethons where you are, Darling Mello? Like, you turn on the television and for like 12 hours there's somebody there talking about something specific and a phone number you call? No, it's not. We are just now into hour number 3. Just passed over Ireland. I think we're going to hit Iceland here in a little while, and then Greenland. You have to get over Greenland, and then about 2 or 3 hours, and then you're in the middle. Yeah. It's over the north. When you're over the North Pole, that's about halfway. Not quite. So yeah, we got quite a ways to go here. Just hang on. Don't worry. There is some in-flight entertainment and plenty of coffee. So you'll be fine. Let's see where we are here. So once again, this little monitor here is set to 40 miles. It's just a straight shot. But I have this one over here set to 1270, I believe it is. So it's, it's over 1,000 miles. Got about 6-8 waypoints there. And as we've been going along, every once in a while we'll veer to the left to take us over the North Pole. So an interesting flight if you can hang on to an Xbox controller for a full 8.5 hours. Oh no, well, this is what we're trying to figure out was the network issues. Flying let's say you get to 8 hours, okay? And then there's a network issue, or the server goes down. Like if the stream goes out, okay, but it's the achievement here, right? Like, yes, you want the whole world to watch. You want to have it on video so that people can see you did it. You want to be able to bring up your private, your pilot profile in the achievement section and say, see, that's part of it. I mean, 1,000 hours of flight time is a big deal. At 4 hours a day, that's 250 days. So just that accomplishment alone is a big deal. Flying 4 hours a day and clocking that, but if the server breaks down in the middle of one of your, you still get credit for that hour. Not this one. It's got to be 8.5 continuous hours over the North Pole. Bordeaux, France to Seattle, or you don't get your medal. You don't get those wings if you can't hang in for that long. Yes, this is a torturous Easter egg left by the Asobo team. Like they just dangle it in there for your ego to wrap around it like a mental boa constrictor that you have to unravel from your neck by planting yourself in front of the screen for 8.5 hours, holding just mercilessly onto that control. Because one screw up, and you got to start over. Just one. And yes, I've been having nightmares for days about that happening in that last hour. Why do you think I was practicing all those landings? Why do you think I was pulling my hair out? The hair's in my ear out because I couldn't get the plane to navigate between just the short distance, okay, from not Victoria, I can't think of the other big city. Anyway, from Canada down to Seattle, just that short, I couldn't get it to work. Imagine that happening over the North Pole. So it's been a journey. Yes, I can imagine Darling Mello getting all the way to Seattle and everything crashing, including my airplane, and having to start over. There's always tomorrow. That's the beauty of it. That's the beauty of being a virtual pilot. You can find another 8.5 hours in your life to throw at this video game. Of course. No, it's not. It's not hilarious, Darling Mello. It's not hilarious for you, or me, or anybody. Good times as 421 flies Bordeaux, France to Seattle, recreating the Asobo migration to the Microsoft Empire headquarters. It's not the team's fault, by the way. Like, I love the challenge. I think it's a great achievement to have. I think it's 0.01% or something of all pilots who actually achieve this. So I'm not alone. Many have tried. Not everybody actually makes it. I get it. But it sure sounded exciting to me. I just want to put that on my, I just want to put that on the homepage, my421.com, Achieved. Asobo migration tour. Yeah. I just think that would be something I would tell people at parties. Dinner parties or whatever, cocktail parties. Just, hi, how are you? I'm 421. Did you know I made it all the way from Bordeaux, France to Seattle in a 747? Mm-hmm. Well, the key to that, Darling Mello, is you don't tell them it's virtually. Leave that part out. Leave that part out. It's like, yeah, I piloted a 747 across the ocean, Bordeaux, France to Seattle. It's crazy. Then don't say anything else. Let them carry the ball after that. Mm-hmm. That's really what these simulators are all about. So I'm hoping to get my wings later today on this one. I want that achievement. And if I have to start over, I don't know. I'll just do it every day until we get there. Our flight today from Bordeaux, France to Seattle is sponsored by thepricegenie.com. And Darling Mello actually has a whole section right there. Darling Mello is a published author. And you can find a link to her book at thepricegenie.com. And then Darling Mello also has a great blog. I think it's actually more than a blog. And it's all tailored, specifically curated, and targeting moms raising kids. And so there's some good stuff there. You can sign up for her newsletter, and personally, she's probably going to hook me up with a great set of tennis shoes. Find the link there at darlingmello.com. So yeah, Darling Mello's helping to sponsor our little flight here today from Bordeaux. But what did I miss? Did I miss something? Give us a little input about what you're doing over there at darlingmello.com. I got you, didn't I? Right? I gave you a little warning. I tried to tell you what to expect, right? This is part of the deal. Yeah. You get this open forum to talk, to tell us all about it. Well, I know there's a lot of moms out there who are basically handling most of the load on their own, regardless if they're married or just cohabitating or out on their own or part-time. Moms take on a lot, and so you're covering a broad area, as in wide. And so I think there's a lot of room there. And some of the newsletters that came to my email box, very interesting. I don't think it's something men necessarily think about in the same way, so it's a really good read for everybody. You can sign up for that at darlingmello.com and see some of her other great work. I think dads do, there are a lot of single dads today, and definitely their experience is similar, but yet different. And I also think it depends if you're talking boys or girls. So all of the voices in there, and the ones you're representing at darlingmello.com are perfect. So it's great to have you on the flight. Thanks very much for sponsoring our little journey from Bordeaux, France to Seattle today. Well, so good idea. I'm assuming a lot here when people are watching, but we can certainly get into what's happening in the flight simulator. So here's our flight plan. There's two sections. This is our 40-mile version. Here's the one that goes, 1,200 plus. And so what we're doing is hitting each and every one of these waypoints. Now, these specifically are lined up by air traffic control. It's basically like a highway in the sky with very specific altitudes, airspeeds, the whole bit. So we were originally at 43,000 feet. Just due to weather conditions, it was just a little difficult. We requested down to 38. That was approved. And so our cruising altitude for the remainder of the flight is going to be 38,000 feet. And we're just going to tick through all of these waypoints. However, in order to do all that, and this speed, it just all comes with rules, just like a highway. And in this particular case, 38,000 feet. .8282 Mach. We're not quite at a full Mach speed, but close. And that's usual for the 747. And we just cruise along at this flight plan. Everybody knows where you are, too. You know, we keep getting handed off to different control centers. But everybody sees us in the place that they expect to see us. When we cross over to another, control center that's watching a particular airspace, and they see us come in there, basically, we are in the exact place they are expecting us at the exact altitude and at the exact speed. And when you've got thousands of airplanes up in the sky, this can be very important. Just going to make a little turn here to our next waypoint. And just keep going. .421 Flys Bordeaux, France to Seattle. 4 cities. Darling Mellow, if you want to come find me, I would look. There's an airbase just kind of northwest of Greenland, and you just hop in that F-18. It will definitely catch up with me, and I can give you the coordinates where I am, and you just plug that into your nav box. Kick in those afterburners. I've tried the F-18 in the game one time, and absolutely could not land it. Absolutely not. Absolutely could not get the autopilot to work. It's all over the place. But wow, does it move fast? Climb rate of 9,500 feet per minute. Non-stop. Doesn't flinch. Straight up. It was cool. If only I could get it to follow a flight plan, and if only I could get it to land. So, if you can do better than that, great. Give it a shot. But that's a whole other learning curve, the F-18. I didn't even bother downloading the Top Gun thing. I'm not going to be able to do that right now. No way. I'm having a hard enough time just keeping this thing on a flight plan. F-18, no. That's pointless right now. It was fun for about 5 minutes just to see what it could do. And then I was just like, yeah, but you can't do it. Okay, it looks like one more waypoint, and then we got another turn coming up as we make our way over the North Pole, or at least towards Iceland. I was pretty sure we were going to see Iceland down here somewhere. And I feel like we haven't gotten there yet. And then after that, somewhere out in this big, huge, empty space, somewhere out there, is the continent of Greenland. I say continent. I don't know. Is it an island? Is it a continent? I don't know. But we should be flying over that, the northern part. I just thought we were going to see Iceland first. 421 Flys. 4 cities. 421 Flys Bordeaux, France to Seattle, Washington, recreating the Asobo migration to the Microsoft Empire headquarters. Coming up in 25-30 minutes or so, we're going to talk tariffs. Something I've been promising for over a week. I've been working on my thesis, and I'm prepared to share it with you. Cruising altitude, 38,000 feet, pretty much the rest of the way. Let's take a quick look at our flight plan just so you can see where we're going here. See, just straight through there. And then over here, this is our extended view of our flight plan. Several more waypoints to go. We're just going to keep veering over here to the west, northwest, as we head over the North Pole. Still got our eyes open for Iceland. Don't see it anywhere yet on visual. We should be passing over it. And then Greenland. At some point, we should be passing over Greenland, and you're just going to see snow all the way around. Good thing the autopilot's on, right? Everything's okay. 38,000 feet, maintaining altitude and speed. 421 Flys. Oh, I knew that was going to happen. Yeah, I got greedy. Okay. Let's just hold still here. Oh, watch. Here it comes. It'll try and reach out again. Hopefully we're okay. Boop. Okay, successfully. See, I knew that. Yeah. The robot is actually trying to keep up with my view the whole time I was spinning like that. Wow. Wow. Getting a little too greedy. A little too cocky. Don't get cocky. Just fly the airplane. Tell the robot what to do, and then let the robot fly the airplane. Keep your hands off. It's really the secret. Sorry for screwing. Right on course here at 421 Flys Bordeaux, France to Seattle. 4 cities.
Welcome back to The Price Genie at thepricegenie.com. This is the face of AI design. Artificial intelligence is going to be everywhere, so why not put it on your shirt? The robots are coming. This is the face of AI. Seriously, this is what AI really looks like. It looks great on aprons, coffee mugs, and coasters for a gift. Shirts, skirts, dresses, hoodies, sweatshirts, baseball caps, dad hats, and bucket hats. They all have the face of AI. We've even got tote bags, duffel bags, blankets, pillows, duvet covers, and shower curtains. Yes, even acrylic block art for your office, all with the face of AI. New items magically appearing every day. Subscribe to the Magic Lamp. It's all at The Price Genie at thepricegenie.com. Quality at great prices.
Thanks for joining us as 421 Flys Bordeaux, France, to Seattle, over the North Pole as we recreate the Asobo Studio migration to the Microsoft World Headquarters. It's an 8.5-hour flight, so there's plenty of things we can talk about. And as promised, we're going to talk about tariffs. That is such big news. I would never imagine that would be. I guess because, you know, tariffs. There was a trade tariff war in the 1920s and 30s, right up to when we had the Great Depression. So I guess that's what people are thinking about here. I think everyone around the world basically agrees, though, that the current little tariff system we have is not working, except for a very, very, very few. And so that's not going to happen anymore. We're not doing that anymore. What's interesting is when the United States started putting tariffs out there, that's when the discussion started about how everybody else in the world puts tariffs on the United States. And the amounts in some cases were staggering. Like, no wonder. No wonder. What did you expect? The United States is not the only country that's having this issue. It's just where the issue is the greatest for a couple of reasons. We're a little sloppy with deficits and other spending issues. We also don't have this financial slavery that some people are under. A little more financial freedom here in the United States. And so, yeah, this little tariff thing is going to go round and round. And honestly, I don't think anyone saw it coming, even though the president talked about it. He said, yeah, here's what I'm going to do. I just don't think anybody really expected it to this degree. And certainly people didn't expect the reaction in the middle of all this. And I know many people are kind of just scratching their heads. It's like, what do you mean tariff? Trade tariff? What's a tariff? Well, last time I explained it as a haircut, but I got another way to think about it, maybe to make it a little easier. So remember when you were a kid and you may have lived in a neighborhood where, like I did, where it's a little rough. You know, maybe there was a gang or two in your neighborhood. Maybe some criminals. Like, it wasn't perfect, right? It was nice. It was nice, but it wasn't perfect. And you had to watch out. Like, you had to watch out. You couldn't just screw around. You couldn't just doorbell ditch anyone you felt like. Couldn't be throwing eggs around at other people's houses. Or that little trick where you take dog poop and put it in a paper bag, set it on fire, ring the doorbell. That is arson. Don't do that. But you'd have these little gangs of kids running around doing that in the neighborhood until one dad. There'd be one dad in the neighborhood, a real badass, right? This guy wouldn't take crap from anybody. Okay, he had no problem chasing you down. He had no problem whipping your ass and explaining it to your father so that he wouldn't call the police because he was so embarrassed by your behavior as a child. Yeah. And so while it was a little odd, there would be like this one dad in the neighborhood that kind of maintained the peace because nobody wanted this guy on your ass. And you knew at some point in the neighborhood, you know, as a kid, you're going to do something. Something's going to happen. You're going to do something. You're going to be involved in something. where you're going to cross paths with this dad, and then everybody else in the neighborhood gets to watch him on you. Now, that's kind of what's going on with these tariffs, right? It's just like that, right? It's like Tariff Daddy is in the neighborhood, right? Yeah. And so Tariff Daddy's not taking it no more. And so everybody's kind of watching that. When the other guy, when the other kid in the neighborhood is the focus of Tariff Daddy, it's kind of funny. It's like, yeah, loudmouth, you're the one that's been doing it for 50 years. We've had to deal with it too. We've had to deal with your ass too. You're cheating, you're money laundering, you're price fixing at the central bank monetary level. Your state-supported state enterprises that get subsidies off the books. Ghost cities, on and on. Total manipulation of the global trade, right? Now, I get that we did this for 50 years because of the Cold War, but that's over now. It's over. Tariff Daddy is out in the neighborhood, watching out. He's watching out for you. And this is an easy way to get your arms around what's going on. Tariff Daddy is walking around the neighborhood looking for the cheaters. Now, look, if you're cheating a little, it's not a big deal, okay? In fact, we'll call it even. We can call it even right now. And we can just start over at a fair rate. How about that? And most people, over 130 countries, on board with that. Negotiating, yeah, let's figure out a new way to go. It's no different than that crown prince in Saudi Arabia, right? He's like his own little tariff daddy in Saudi Arabia there. What's Prince Salman? Yeah, the prince. So when the prince came into power in Saudi Arabia, like, he had been around already. He'd been off on the sidelines. He was in charge of defense and intelligence, so he knew he knows what's going on. He's got access to all the info on everybody. And so there was a day, it's actually in the middle of the night at 4 a.m., all the cheaters in Saudi Arabia, all the millionaires and billionaires and business people, like, who were already making out like bandits, right? Caravans of cash. Already making out like bandits. All these millionaires and billionaires in Saudi Arabia, just loving it. However, Prince knew they were cheating. He knew. He'd been watching for years. And so what does he do? Everybody who's cheating gets arrested. All of them. Millionaires, billionaires, picked up in the middle of the night. They were taken to the most luxurious hotel in the capital in Riyadh. It's huge. It's literally gold-plated with diamonds for lights. Okay? This place is beautiful. And they all got arrested. They all got put in this beautiful hotel. Can't leave your room. Nope. Can't leave your room. Okay. Got to stay in your hotel room. You indefinitely, no communication, surrender your cell phone. This is what happened. It's serious. This is what happened in Saudi Arabia over a decade ago, right after that prince came to power. And so...
421, contact Reykjavik Center on 125.5. Good day.
Reykjavik. Okay, we're coming up over Iceland. Let's get into focus here.
125.5, Indica 421. Goodbye. Reykjavik Center, Indica 421, flight level 380.
Indica 421, Reykjavik Center, radar contact. Continue to H6232.
Okay, that's the next waypoint. So, you got all these millionaires. You got all these billionaires. They're all in this hotel. And the concierge floor is where everyone gets brought up to for conversations about their scandalous cheating and corruption against the crown of Saudi Arabia. Yeah. This goes on for weeks. Can't leave the hotel, no communication, room service only, no visitors. Private conversations. Yeah. Some of the people involved apparently were also involved with a journalist. This is who they were using to straighten out these accounting issues. And starting with the most wealthiest, most powerful person in Saudi Arabia as far as business and investment goes. He's the first one to go. First one came out, yep, I've been cheating. I'm going to pay back every little penny, and I'm really sorry. I swear allegiance to the whole routine. He's the first one to come out and do it. And one by one, that's pretty much how everybody got out of that hotel. Pay it all back. Don't do it again. Kind of like Tariff Daddy. Yeah. Minus a hotel. I don't know, unless it's that they're actually owns a hotel down the street from the White House. Maybe that's what's going on. Okay. Well, that's what tariffs are all about. Yeah, 421 Flys. We're just taking a nice leisurely tour over the North Pole. We're almost over Iceland, so keep your eyes open. It's somewhere down there below 38,000 feet. You might see the billowing smoke of a volcano somewhere. That would be Iceland. A lot of volcanoes in Iceland. Flying Bordeaux, France, over to Seattle, Washington, as we recreate the migration of the Asobo team to the Microsoft Empire headquarters. We're not doing this for nothing. Nope, there's actually an achievement. Frequent flyer miles, I believe is the name in your pilot profile. Very few Microsoft Flight Simulator pilots get that achievement. Very few. And hopefully we don't find out why, except for maybe they just didn't feel like it. It's an 8.5-hour flight if there's no diversions. Wasn't even sure we were going to make it off the ground today. Couldn't get the stream going. But also, for the previous 24 hours, all kinds of navigation issues with the 747. How do you get from around the world to the other side at the airport you're supposed to without navigation? So far, so good, though. Right on target. Spot on all these waypoints. See this little arc here? This is what we're supposed to be doing. This little arc over the planet Earth and the North Pole. 38,000 feet. Nice steady .82 Mach. So things are good. Let's keep on flying. 421 Flys at 4 cities. 421 Flys Bordeaux, France to Seattle, recreating the journey of the Asobo team to the Microsoft World Headquarters. And you know, we've got some fun stuff coming up here. Yes, it's flight sim time, but we have some really great games coming up here over the next 12 months. Farming Sim 25 came out last fall. We're already deep into 22, so we're going to continue that series. That is still a lot of fun. Farming Simulator. Also, Railway Empire 2. My experience, or should I say journey, with Railway Empire 2 and just Railway Empire 1 started back during the COVID pandemic. That game saved my life. Yeah. No, it's a lot of fun. All the DLCs, building your railroad empire. I'm a big supply chain city builder game. Hey, I'm not opposed to a first-person shooter. Sure, we can play that game. But yeah, some more Railway Empire 2 adventures are coming to 4 cities. Also, we recently acquired Age of Empires and Age of Empires 2. And the only reason you haven't seen anything from Age of Empires 2 is because I get eliminated so quickly, it's embarrassing. I just don't know anyone to see that. I'm not going to go live with that. I'm not just going to have people watching me get devoured by this or that empire after building such a beautiful... No. Darling Mello actually played that with me and clocked. It was her first game ever, and she beat me. That says everything, doesn't it? Cities Skyline. Now, here are 4 cities. That's the original game, Cities Skylines. That's how the channel got created. However, we have not migrated to Cities Skylines 2. And at this time, no plans to do that. So there's plenty to build. Literally, I could go another 5 years in Cities Skyline, just as it is, the first one, building all those maps with all the DLCs. That could keep me going for another 5 years. Easy. No problem. Jurassic Park. Now, we're going to put a new spin on this one here at 4 Cities for Jurassic Park. It's a Jurassic Rodeo. Yes, that's right. A Jurassic Rodeo. That's what we're going to build. And then Anno 1880. And also Anno 117 is supposed to be coming out from the Roman era. So we'll throw that in there. And then there's some old adventures from Fallout 4 that I've collected. Literally 4 hours worth. So all those things are going to be coming to 4 cities. It's going to be a great year for gaming. What's a shame, Darling Mello? That I have to hang my head that way all the time. Yes, well, soon enough, Kay. Soon enough. Not afraid to take you on again, or anybody else. Age of Empires 2, which is what I have the most experience on, sure. But Age of Empires 4, that's got a whole new game engine. And it's really more geared to the battle than the building. Not that I'm resisting that. I'm just saying that's where your focus has to be in that one, robot or not. I also like the new multiplayer features in Age of Empires 2 where you can either collaborate or collaborate 2 on 2. There's different ways you can work that, or 2 and a robot. There's different ways to configure that in Age of Empires 4 that's really amazing. And still have to explore all of that. So there's a lot to cover just in the world of gaming. Let's check our flight plan here. We're getting ready to make another turn. And keep your eyes open for Iceland. And it's supposed to be down there somewhere. First person to spot Iceland gets a free cookie. A free cookie basket. Yeah. From Cookies by Design. It's one of our sponsors here at 421 Flys. ThePriceGenie.com is where you'll find them. Now, Cookies by Design, it's really a unique approach to this whole gift thing and cookies. So what you do is go in and figure out exactly what you want your cookies to look like. They have all kinds of designs at Cookies by Design. You go in, you figure out the cookies, but then after that, they arrange that in a variety of gift baskets or boxes and then ship them wherever you want. Now you're probably thinking, oh, right, well, what's my cookie going to look like when it gets here? How is that going to be? Well, I'll tell you, because Cookies by Design has physical locations throughout the United States, and I mean hundreds. They're probably in your city, wherever you might be. So when you place your order, they fill it up, and it's literally not too far from where you're living, and it gets delivered to your door. Where do you find the Cookies by Design? Well, thepricegenie.com. We've got a special offer right there. It's a perfect time to go check it out because you've got Mother's Day coming up here in the United States, but also graduations. Okay, graduations are coming up. These kids love the munchies on graduation day. Can you imagine your child flipping their tassel while they and their friends are stuffing their mouths with cookies from Cookies by Design, celebrating? Just go to thepricegenie.com. Scroll down a little. You'll see the Cookies by Design logo right there. And I believe there's a really good picture. Yeah, they do look good, Darling Mellow. There's a really good picture of what they put together. Their website's really great. Click on the link on thepricegenie.com for a cool little discount. Really speedy delivery. And like I said, it's not like they're shipping it across the country. In most cases, the vast majority of you who are listening to my voice right now have a location near you, Cookies by Design, that put it all together and deliver it straight to your house or whoever the gift is for. Even if it's you. Find it all at thepricegenie.com. They are sponsoring 421 Flys Bordeaux to Seattle at 4 cities. Really glad I remembered how to request that altitude, lower cruising altitude. We are doing really good speed. We may even catch up from our delay earlier this afternoon and out of Bordeaux. We're about 45 minutes late taking off today. And we're making really good speed, .82 Mach, 470 knots. And this is great. So we may actually catch it. Now, that's not uncommon going this direction over the Atlantic or the North Pole. Get caught up in that jet stream. Or is that the other way? So, anyway, we may catch up with our delay and arrive slightly earlier than what's expected. Which at this point looks like 4 o'clock this afternoon, Seattle time. So, just sit back and relax, enjoy the flight. Thanks very much for joining us. 421 Flys, Bordeaux, France to Seattle. 4 cities.
Indica 421 contact center on 121 decimal tree. Good day.
Going to 121 decimal tree, Indica 421. Center Indica 421, flight level tree 80.
Indica 421 center radar contact. Continue to 6440N.
Welcome back to The Price Genie at thepricegenie.com. This is the face of AI design. Artificial intelligence is going to be everywhere, so why not put it on your shirt? The robots are coming. This is the face of AI. Seriously, this is what AI really looks like. It looks great on aprons, coffee mugs, and coasters for a gift. Shirts, skirts, dresses, hoodies, sweatshirts, baseball caps, stat hats, and bucket hats. They all have the face of AI. We've even got tote bags, duffel bags, blankets, pillows, duvet covers, and shower curtains. Yes, even acrylic block art for your office, all with the face of AI. New items magically appearing every day. Subscribe to the Magic Lamp. It's all at The Price Genie at thepricegenie.com. Quality at great prices.
421 Flys Bordeaux, France to Seattle, Washington, right over the North Pole. The Asobo migration to the Microsoft World Headquarters. And down below, yep, I just kind of glanced out the window. Here it is. This has got to be Iceland. If you just look at the coastline. Lots of volcanic peaks down there. Now, if I'm not mistaken, Reykjavik is actually on the other side of the island, kind of on the southern side over there. There is a city on the northern side. I forget the name of it. But we're just kind of going across the middle. I don't think this is Greenland. It could be. It's a little cloudy, but the coastline goes up quite a ways. So I don't have the answer for you on that. Maybe you tell me what this looks like. Is this Iceland or Greenland? Vikings before you were also mysteriously confused. So they just kept going until they came to America. I can't be sure. Yeah, the funny part about most maps we've all looked at is they don't really put where all the continents and islands actually are on a flat map. Like it's a globe, right? It's a ball, not a flat map. I know I don't want to get that argument started, but so when I think of Iceland, it's like a little itty bitty dot. It's not that big. So I don't really think of it as large as it actually is. On the other hand, Greenland is huge, like huge. Now, most of it you could never live there. Too big, too far north. The people who do live there are only on the very, very south coast, except for the United States military, who's got secret bases that some say contain UFOs. And maybe we'll see one of those on today's flight. Who knows? When I think of Greenland, though, I just think of like this very smooth, nice, big coastline. You know, big snow-covered continent, right? It's not that way, though. It's more like this. Very jagged bays and archipelagos. So, I can't really be sure. Maybe this is Iceland. Maybe this is Greenland. We are getting close to the halfway, 2/3 part of the flight, though. This stretch coming up, right here. Once we get up here and kind of curve off to the west. Continue that curve off to the west. We will be over the North Pole, and it's just ocean. There's nothing until we get over the most northern parts of Canada, and there's a long stretch there. So, one thing, the space between Greenland and Iceland isn't that much. Like it's a long ways, but it's not that much. So, but from the size of this, it looks pretty big to be Iceland. Maybe this is Greenland. I don't know. You tell me. Plenty of glacier activity down there, huh? So actually, no, a way we can clear this up. Hang on 1 second here. Let's go down to this. And just go clear skies. There you go. Okay, that's not what I wanted. What the heck? That's not clear? Wow. That's not clear at all. Let's try scattered. That didn't help much. Are you sure about this clear skies thing? That is an intense glare. Alright, let's go back to where we were. That's still an intense glare. Huh. Okay, well, that's what I get for trying to help. So I see a bunch of mountains over there, but out here, yeah, that's just snow mostly. So maybe this is Greenland. It would make sense time-wise. 421 Flys Bordeaux, France to Seattle. 4 cities. 421 Flys Bordeaux, France to Seattle at 4 cities. This is definitely Greenland, as far as the eye can see, right? I had never thought of the glare. Like, if the whole continent or island is covered in snow, that's going to create a lot of glare. Blindingly so. Very white. And it is very big, huh? All the way back there. We're passing over the northern half of Greenland. And I'm just guessing this next waypoint is going to be the coast in about 56 nautical miles. Let's check our flight plan. Yeah, big turn coming up. Big turn. Right after that waypoint. So otherwise, all systems check. 38,000 feet, .82 Mach. About an airspeed of 482 knots, not quite 500. And steady she goes. 421 Flys Bordeaux, France to Seattle. If you look below, you'll see the western coast of Greenland coming up. And if you kind of look behind us, you can see where the glaciers are melting off. You can see some cracks, some lakes in there. And then it's all running off into this big glacial stream here. And it kind of leaves behind just this sort of rocky coastline, marshy. Obviously, it's still very, very cold. But it's warm enough to melt this entire coastline off here. Just a little bit. This next segment of our journey is about 369 nautical miles before the next waypoint. We're about to head over the North Atlantic, the polar ice cap. The North Pole is our destination at this point. We're going to be over the ocean soon again. And from there, we fly several hundred nautical miles until we get to the northern parts of Canada. And then from there, we're on the last leg of our journey down to Seattle. So get nice and comfy. Enjoy the flight. It's brought to you by thepricegenie.com. 421 flies Bordeaux, France to Seattle via Sobo migration to the Microsoft Empire headquarters. 421 flies, 4 cities. 421 Flys. It's definitely the western side of Greenland, and this side's even more mountainous than the eastern side. At least it looks that way to me. And you've got to imagine most of Greenland is probably like this. There may be some flat areas in there. However, it is covered in so much snow, ice, and glacier that the mountains like this you can't see them. They're under that much ice. So it's a lot. That's a lot of ice. You know, in the future, this will be part of the United States, right? Greenland? Leave your comments below. 421 Flys Bordeaux, France. To Seattle. The migration. The recreation of the migration of the Asobo Studios team to the Microsoft Empire headquarters. We're not doing this for nothing. It's the highest achievement that you can attain in the Flight Simulator Anniversary Edition. Frequent flyer miles. We're about 2/3 of the way there. Almost. Oh, flying over that coastline, we were hitting a lot of different drafts. Definitely had its effect on the engines, but smooth out here over the water. So, about 289 nautical miles, 290 miles before we see land again. We're heading over the North Pole, and it's going to be a little bit before we get to the northern part of Canada on our journey. And another big turn coming up after this next waypoint. So, because down that way is Canada. 421 Flys.
Indica 421 contact center on 120 decimal tree. Good day.
120 decimal tree Indica 421. Goodbye. Center Indica 421 flight level tree 80.
Indica 421 center radar contact. Continue to Yankee X-ray Papa.
Welcome back to The Price Genie at thepricegenie.com. This is the face of AI design. Artificial intelligence is going to be everywhere, so why not put it on your shirt? The robots are coming. This is the face of AI. Seriously, this is what AI really looks like. It looks great on aprons, coffee mugs, and coasters for a gift. Shirts, skirts, dresses, hoodies, sweatshirts, baseball caps, stat hats, and bucket hats. They all have the face of AI. We've even got tote bags, duffel bags, blankets, pillows, duvet covers, and shower curtains. Yes, even acrylic block art for your office, all with the face of AI. New items magically appearing every day. Subscribe to the Magic Lamp. It's all at The Price Genie at thepricegenie.com. Quality at great prices.
Indica 421, contact Edmonton Center on 133.4. Good day.
133.4 Indica 421. Goodbye. Edmonton Center Indica 421 flight level 380.
Indica 421 Edmonton Center radar contact. Continue to Yankee X-ray Papa.
421 flies. Bordeaux, France to Seattle. It is the Asobo Migration Recreation. Their journey to join the Microsoft Worldwide headquarters. Now, this is the very most northern part of Canada. That was actually a quick ride over the North Pole. I expected it to be a little bit longer. That space between Greenland and Canada. Very, very northern Canada. This part of Canada is a land of islands, lakes, glaciers. What was the name of the ship? Well, they had 2 ships, right? And they went on that expedition to try and find a passageway through the northern part of Canada, that like Northwest Passage, that did not exist. Then they got caught in the ice. Then they got attacked by bears. And then they just had to march. Like almost nobody survived. Almost nobody. What is the name of that ship? Leave it in the comments below. The movie they made a couple years back, or it's actually a Netflix series, I believe, was pretty good. I think the scariest part about it is they got like a year and a half into the journey and they were frozen in the ice. And then finally the doctor figured out what was making them all sick. And it was lead in the cans of food that they had brought with them. Because canned food had got to be a pretty big deal before they left, right? It was something that was new. And so it was like, if we just put all this canned food on the ship, we can go for a couple of years. Let's go find the Northwest Passage. So they did that, and then they're like, oh, we're getting lead poisoning from the canned food. Blech. It's like a serious problem. So they got lost over that way. Definitely a good Netflix show, though, if you're into very, very desperate people looking for a way out of nowhere and a polar bear on your ass. That's what that's about. Great show. Here it is. It is on Netflix. And you're not going to believe it. The name of the ship was Terror. Erebus and Terror. That's what the Royal Navy decided to call one of their ships, the Terror. It wasn't really like a big battleship or anything like that. It wasn't even that scary. Probably the newest thing about it was a steamship. Okay, and I don't mean this powerful paddle-wheeling steamship. I mean they had a little itty-bitty steam engine and a little rinky-dink propeller. And at that time, that was a big deal. Because you could get the ship to go even when there wasn't any wind, or through the ice. Although it couldn't be very thick. So it was a great show, though. 10 episodes. The Erebus and the Terror. It's called The Terror. It's on Netflix. And it happened right over there. That's pretty much the only historical site I can show you on this entire flight. 421 Flys. Bordeaux, France to Seattle. 4 cities. Welcome back, darling Mellow. It is thick. Do they have that show, The Terror, on your Netflix over there? Have you seen it? I see. Haven't heard of it, huh? Yeah, it's probably not allowed since it deals with failure. Good. Well, according to my calculations, we're over 2/3 of the way there. About another 50 miles before our next turn. We're getting that same turbulence over these mountains that we did over Greenland, so just riding that out. And let's take a look at our flight plan. Still making some turns to the west, but it's becoming more and more west. So just chewing through our waypoints. 38,000 feet, 82 Mach, about 476 knots. So making good time. We may get there a little bit early compared to when we left. We did leave late this morning on our journey. So if we made up some time, that'd be great. The robots are coming. That's the topic of this leg of our little journey from Bordeaux, France, over to Seattle. Just had to go get another cup of the Pete's coffee, courtesy of thepricegenie.com. But yes, the robots are coming. And I know, do you feel like the hype about the robots has died down a little? Like, it was running red hot for a while. They were in the news. They were doing these big shows, and everybody's like, robots, yay, as they take their job and wealth. But yeah, we're not hearing about that so much anymore. I guess that's because they ran up the price high enough and just squeezed it out of everybody. So you got to let it cool before the next run-up. Highly speculative, yes. And I know everybody, even the money makers, like even the people trading the paper through all of this, they're scratching their heads like, where exactly am I going to fit into this robot economy? Because most of their jobs can be automated with AI too. So they have their concerns. Yeah, free and paid what? The robot? Your robot subscription? Darling Mello? Is that what you're referring to? I'm on the paid plan. And with more than one robot, by the way. Yeah. Mine are more specialized. I kind of go for the specialists. You know, the really good oral robots, or the visuals. I can see why. I mean, I think that's the biggest market that you're developing for there. So, you know, where do you fit in this robot economy? Well, first thing to recognize is just identifying like where you can sit down is 51% of the problem. And I would say the first level is just servicing the robots, right? Like, let's think about this. Robots need a lot of replacement parts, and they need a lot of servicing all the time. I'll just point to your car. Right? That pretty little display screen that you navigate with, just like this airplane here. You want to turn up the music? Click on the little screen, right? Need to know where you are? Click on the little screen. Okay, that alone is $7,000 to $10,000 to replace. And the person who's replacing it is the highest paid person in the auto shop. Like, you have to go to the dealership for that part. Here's another one. How about that big-ass battery in the bottom of your car? Just replacing that battery, $20,000, maybe more. There was a Tesla owner somewhere. Not bagging on Tesla. Not trying to sabotage Tesla. No. Tesla friendly here at 421 Flys. But it was a Tesla owner, and they went to the shop, and they're like, yeah, I think I got to replace my battery. And when he got the estimate, it was more than what the car was worth at that point. So, yeah, you got to find your place in the robot economy. And so servicing those robots, replacing parts. Think of the Tin Man in The Wizard of Oz. Didn't he always needed oil, right? Like, someone needed to come. That's when, like, the Scarecrow would show up and oil the Tin Man. Otherwise, he couldn't make it down the yellow brick road to see The Wizard of Oz. Same thing with these robots. They're all going to need oiled up. They're all going to need a little oil. I know that's what they're trying to get off of with all these electronics, but They're going to need some lubricant. These robots will need lubricant. And unless we're going to go back to whale blubber, it's probably going to be some kind of oil-based lubricant. The robots are coming. They are. It's just a question of where you fit into this robot economy. Okay? So then there's the next level, and that's like what goes into the robots. And there's two things here. One is like the parts, the mechanical parts. And, that's going to be different all the time. Remember that robot dog that's running around out somewhere? The one that chases you down and kills you because you did some shoplifting. That one. No, this is the robots are coming, and we're talking about the robot economy, like where you are going to fit into this robot economy. And right now we're talking about that level 2, what's in the robot. There's the solid pieces, but then there's the programming. Now, of course, these people get a little bit more. Like, it's one thing to design the mechanics of the robot and everything, but then what? What does the robot do? So that's when you bring in some experts who can, program the robot, the AI. Like NVIDIA is great. You got to have the chips, that's right. But what do you do with the chip? Now that you've got the most fantastic, amazing chip, what do you do with it? And everybody's like, oh, there's plenty to do with it. Look at this neat animation. How about this fake voice? Look, I can get 2 of these fake voices to do a podcast. So, I'm paying for it. Some of you are paying for it. The robots are coming. Then there's the next layer of the robot economy. Now, these are the real slick people who can sell this to anybody, right? Like, so far, everything I've told you sounds a little crazy, right? We're going to build a robot. We're going to get some people to service the robot, to build the robot, to program the robot, everything. But now, we're going to find somebody who can find somebody else to pay for it. Now, at first, this was a challenge. So, what they did was get the government to give Elon Musk a huge amount of money so he could start Tesla. And literally, that's kind of where because he wanted to do the self-driving car. Okay, so Tesla is the prototype for that. Apparently, if you get in a Tesla and press a button, it will drive itself to a certain degree, based on all the little cameras and sensors and where you tell it to go. Never trusted a Tesla enough to get in one and find out. There was some reporting, and I'm not lying about this isn't fear-mongering or hype I think Elon Musk is doing some very great, interesting things. He's obviously got some great companies doing some great things. They're digging holes in the ground. They're shooting people into space. However, there was a time where there were some news reports of Teslas catching on fire. True. Occasionally, things would get too hot in that thing, and the battery would catch on fire. Yet today, people are intentionally setting them on fire. And behind all of this is this underlying tension, this underlying fear. This complete underlying, I don't know what the fuck. Because the robots are coming. So you get to this next layer of the robot economy. Now, these are the people that can sell it. These are the people who can take all this crazy stuff I'm talking about. And they package it up really nice. They get a nice, shiny price tag on it. Okay. And they kind of go out into the marketplace. They go into the town square. And they're like, hey, I got a robot for you. You want to buy a robot? People are like, what? What do you do with a robot? Now here's where the sales thing comes in, and this is kind of a loop that never closes, because what the salesperson does, the people who can sell the robot to other people at a profit, hopefully, over the long term, because we know most of these people are operating at a continuous loss. Except for Apple, Microsoft, and a couple of the other big 800-pound gorillas. So how do you sell a robot? Well, beyond the obvious market of adult entertainment, because that's a no-brainer, right? That's easy. It always is. Doesn't matter what kind of technology, right? Over and over again. Go there first. But after that, salesperson's going to go out, they're going to do some market testing, and then come back to that layer of creative people, and they're going, we talked to some of the customers, and they were thinking it would be nice if you could choose the face of the robot. So instead of this robot face you're starting with, could we make a pretty one? Like, could we have a pretty smiling face on the robot? Maybe a little submissive face on the robot. Like, even though it's a robot that could kill you, we want sort of a smiley, cutesy, submissive-y face on the robot, so it's not threatening to the customer. And so this is where the lab guys, the mechanics, the programmers, they all get to work, and they try to create a more market-specific robot. Because the robots are coming. Like, you can laugh, you can disagree, you can call me crazy. It's already happened. You don't even know it. You don't even know what's already happened to you. It's already done. You can go to New York City, and they've got this funny little robot. It really is funny, that patrols New York City. It's often in the subways because they've had so many issues at the subway system, both behind and in front of the turnstile. Did you know that's going to be in the Olympics next time? Have you heard about that? Turnstile jumping? Yep. It's going to be in the next Olympics. New York's already got a team. So they've had so many problems in this part of the of New York City in the subway system. They put these robots down there, and they're like four feet high or so. Now it's basically just a camera. It doesn't carry a gun. There's no gun or any kind of weapon. It just kind of cruises around with the camera and then reports back to base. And I think there's a microphone and a speaker so that the robot can talk to you, like, please stop getting drunk in the subway, or please stop jumping the turnstile. Please. The problem has been, and I know they're working on this, the problem has been the little robots get pushed into the subway tracks. There was a gentleman arrested just yesterday in New York City for pushing his girlfriend onto the subway tracks, and she lost both of her feet. Now, if that little police robot had been on the scene, I guarantee that wouldn't have happened. Guaranteed. So the robots are coming. And honestly, in the future, they're going to be a lot more like RoboCop, right? It's going to be a lot more like some of the other robots we've seen. And, like, you're going to get caught, I don't know, spitting your gum out somewhere. And suddenly there's going to be a hand around your neck. And this robot's going to be like, sir, No spitting your gum. And be like, I'm sorry. It was a mistake. And the robot's going to be like, we've identified you as the person who pushed another robot onto the subway tracks. And that's when the grip around your neck's going to get a little tighter. So the robots are coming. Then the other juicy spot in the robot economy is the robot investor. Oh, yes. The robot investor. The apex financial predator. Swimming the technology seas. Looking for prey. Gobbling up companies and individuals. Hopes and dreams. Resources, natural resources, whole societies just swallowed up by the robot investor. In fact, the robot investor is so sophisticated, he uses robots to do his investing. Yeah, and if for whatever reason they need more capital, to do some more robot investing, why, they just make some cryptocurrency. Yeah, meme coin. Huck to! Just like that. More capital for more robot investing. You don't have to believe me. Just keep going along in your daily life. Wait. Be patient. The robots are coming. 421 Flys. Bordeaux, France to Seattle. 4 cities. Well, I had to get a quick little glass of water from the cabin crew. One of the passengers is like, "Excuse me, do you know who's yelling up there in the pilot's office?" No.
Welcome back to The Price Genie at thepricegenie.com. This is the face of AI design. Artificial intelligence is going to be everywhere, so why not put it on your shirt? The robots are coming. This is the face of AI. Seriously, this is what AI really looks like. It looks great on aprons, coffee mugs, and coasters for a gift. Shirts, skirts, dresses, hoodies, sweatshirts, baseball caps, dad hats, and bucket hats. They all have the face of AI. We've even got tote bags, duffel bags, blankets, pillows, duvet covers, and shower curtains. Yes, even acrylic block art for your office, all with the face of AI. New items magically appearing every day. Subscribe to the Magic Lamp. It's all at The Price Genie at thepricegenie.com. Quality at great prices. .421 Flys Bordeaux, France to Seattle over the North Pole. Let's see, we cruised over Ireland, England, Iceland, Greenland, northern Canada right now. It's all part of a grand plan. 421 Flys. Now, this little set of wings we're going for today, the frequent flyer miles achievement, that's what you got to do is basically recreate the migration of the Asobo team from Bordeaux, France to Seattle to join the Microsoft empire at their headquarters. I think it's paid off, huh? So we've been doing some calculations up here in the cockpit on some of these achievements and what it takes. After this flight, I think we did crest 100 hours. Can you believe that? Don't get mad at me. So to top out on some of these achievements in the Microsoft Flight Simulator Anniversary Edition, you need to do a couple of things. First of all, there's this flight, the frequent flyer miles. Then ultimately, you're after that 1,000 hour mark. Okay. Now, to get to 1,000 hours, you'd have to fly 4 hours each day for 250 days straight. So about a year to get that achievement.
1,000 hours of flight time. Most likely, I mean, that's if you're very, very dedicated. Okay. But this is where the planning comes in. If you're going to really get your wings in this game, in this simulation, the matrix of the flight simulator. So in addition to the 1,000 flight hours, you need to land at 500 different airports around the world. 500 different airports, size, shape, location, but it doesn't matter. 500. Now they also have built into that the star airports. 25. Already got that. I think we're very close, 85, 90%. There was only 25 required for that. Okay, so how do you get to what's left? Well, here's what we figured out. First of all, do all of the bush missions, okay, all the bush trips, every single one of them. Okay. Because in addition to the ones I've talked about, there's 4 different bush trips you have to take to get those. But there's a couple other requirements as far as like locations and airports you have to land in that fit right into those bush trips. So if you just do all the bush trips, and those vary in length between 15 hours, all the legs combined, they break it down to about an hour or so each, but 15 hours in some of them down to 5. So let's say an average of 10. Okay? So approximately 300 of those 1,000 hours can be accomplished if you just do all the bush trips. And that will rack up some of the other achievements as you collect your wings. So what about the other 600 hours that you got to fly to get all your wings? Well, if you're going to break it down into 4 hours a day. So there's probably going to be these little flights that are like maybe 1 or 2 hours each. Okay. And then you're going to want to do that as you rack up these 500 different airport locations. How are you going to do that? Okay. So the reason the A320 is the all-time best-selling airliner in history, sold the fastest, sold the largest number, I believe, okay, the A320. The reason that plane is so popular is it's very efficient, and many, many routes have gone from the spoke approach, where you have one big airport, everyone flies into the one big airport, and then they fly out to their ultimate destination. Well, what's turned out to be more profitable and more popular is just direct routes, point A to point B, and that's it, nothing in the middle. And the A320 is unique for that. Well, let's use that same concept as we rack up 1,000 hours and 500 airports in Flight Simulator. So, what we're going to do is, not during this flight, I'm just trying to get to Seattle right now. Just did this on the back of a napkin while we're flying. That's all. Just sharing what's going on up here in the cockpit. So, what we're going to do is we'll look at the map. And each time we will pick out one major airport. And from that one major airport, doesn't matter where it is, doesn't even have to be a major airport. Just has to be a fairly good size airport, fairly well placed. Okay? And then from that airport, fly to and land at every airport within 2 hours. Just do them all right there. That racks up a whole bunch of airports and a lot of flight hours just in that one spot on the world map. Then from there, the airport that you used as a base, you're going to plot out to the next major airport at least 5 hours away. At least. Right? 2 and 2. So you go 5 or more hours out to the next major airport and duplicate that same process. Go out 2 hours and land at every airport within 2 hours of that major airport. And just keep repeating this across the world. Do it across the United States. Then head over to Great Britain. Then to France. Now, it's going to be a little different in places like Africa, South America. It's going to be really different in Southeast Asia, especially when you get into Indonesia with all those islands. There's airports all over the place, but it's not exactly 2 hours. And not every airport can handle an A320. Siberia. Which major airport in Siberia should you use to fly to all the other airports in Siberia? Any idea? If it's the very tip of South America, that's going to be Ushuaia. But I'm not sure how many airports are within 2 hours. And no, we're not going to fly to Antarctica, although you could. There is an airport in Antarctica. 2 or 3. That's not counting the secret UFO Nazi base. So I think that's the process we'll be using to earn those wings, earn those achievements. Here in the Microsoft Flight Matrix, just kind of draw you in with all their little achievements, little wings you get. Yeah. It's enough for me to play, that's for sure. 421 flies. 4 cities.
Myself and kept going.
Yeah. Oh, did you have a good time? Over that ridge right there. Kind of. Wow, there is a total moss going on there.
Jonathan. I'm just curious. The house at 27 up in Granite Ridge or Granite Bay, the guy was trying to sell the house himself. What happened to them, Jonathan? I just want to thank you for calling me back. We're going to Flagstaff. Jonathan, you are not number one in Nevada. I think you need to change your cell phone greeting. Goodbye. Have a nice weekend. Have a nice fall. You know the prices are going to get lower and lower and lower. And I'll be back. Goodbye.
Oh my God. Hey, I think I got a good buyer for you. Oh yeah, it's a live one. Uh-huh. Oh yeah.
Please stop. Do not be afraid. We are trying to assist you in the safe return to your country of origin. You just passed her. Go back. Go back.
not resist. We are trying to help you and have the authority to use lethal and non-lethal force.
Welcome back to The Price Genie at thepricegenie.com. This is the face of AI design. Artificial intelligence is going to be everywhere, so why not put it on your shirt? The robots are coming. This is the face of AI. Seriously, this is what AI really looks like. It looks great on aprons, coffee mugs, and coasters for a gift. Shirts, skirts, dresses, hoodies, sweatshirts, baseball caps, stat hats, and bucket hats. They all have the face of AI. We've even got tote bags, duffel bags, blankets, pillows, duvet covers, and shower curtains. Yes, even acrylic block art for your office, all with the face of AI. New items magically appearing every day. Subscribe to the Magic Lamp. It's all at The Price Genie at thepricegenie.com. Quality at great prices.
Indica 421, contact Edmonton Center on 133.075. Good day.
133.075, Indica 421. Goodbye. Edmonton Center, Indica 421, flight level 380.
Indica 421 Edmonton Center, radar contact. Continue to 60 and 03.
we've reached the base 2 copy. We need more information on the rendezvous point of the other units. Aerial, base 2 copy.
Delta 3, you will proceed to the rendezvous point.
Aerial. Yeah, the road's real bad and I took the wrong way.
Delta 3, proceed on the approach before you continue the investigation.
And, I might be in trouble here. And, I might need some help here.
Delta 3, after you proceed to the
Whoops! Messed up here, hold on. I don't know, but it smells good. Think so? We have reached the turnoff, and we've reached the turnoff, and we are proceeding to the rendezvous point.
Delta 3, responding.
The aerial photograph would suggest that it's over there by that hill. Looks pretty desolate out here. Pretty abandoned. This is really strange. What do you see? At this point, we don't see anything on visual. 10-4. We'll keep going and see what we find. Man, it's pretty flat out here. I don't see a thing. Keep looking. I believe we spotted another vehicle about 10 o'clock. No, 11 o'clock. About 10 o'clock. No, 11. We are now in pursuit. Suspect vehicle taking evasive action.
He's caution.
Base, I just say 2 vehicles spotted.
Delta 3, advise use caution. Pursuing enemy contact.
What are these guys, idiots?
Delta 3, advise use caution when pursuing target vehicles.
We've now sighted a third vehicle, Approximately 2 o'clock, range 1.5 miles. Along with the target vehicles, we've now spotted several vehicles in formation approximately 5 miles off. Watch the temperature gauge, we might be overheating. Abandon pursuit. Base, we're going to have to abandon the pursuit. We're experiencing overheating problems, and we're going to have to stop. I think we got something. Base, we have approached the one target vehicle and it appears abandoned. Nobody is in sight, and we're still getting a large magnetic disturbance. We're going to proceed towards it. Base, we're experiencing electrical disturbance here. We're experiencing a lot of magnetic disturbances here. A lot of our equipment is giving us false readings. Do you copy? Base, do you copy? Base, do you copy? I am turning left and going this way. Bravo 12. Bravo 12 will locate it.
10-4.
Now, this is really strange.
What do you see?
The landscape appears almost lunar. I think we're lost.
I think so too.
What do you suppose that is over there?
A lunar crater.
I think we have something. Look over there.
What do you see?
Over there, you see it? Looks like a bunch of lights. Big crowd of people.
I think we've found the location.
Yep, this is it. This is it. Alright. This is the perfect place for it. Caution. We're not sure what this is really all about.
Proceeding with caution. Let's get out and proceed on foot, and be careful.
Are you ready?
There are psychotic people out here.
Did you see that?
Does that girl have her shirt off?
Oh my God, look at this. Holy, look at that.
Yes, I did. They're psychotic. Lord help us all. We're in a definite crisis here.
Indica 421, contact Edmonton Center on 132.7. Good day.
132.7 Indica 421. Goodbye. Edmonton Center Indica 421 flight level 380.
Indica 421 Edmonton Center, radar contact. Continue to Yankee Mike Mike.
Indica 421, contact Edmonton Center on 127.825. Good day.
127.825, Indica 421. Goodbye. Edmonton Center, Indica 421, flight level 380.
Indica 421 Edmonton Center radar contact. Continue to Yankee Zulu uniform. Indica 421, contact Edmonton Center on 132.05. Good day.
Going to 132.05, Indica 421. Edmonton Center, Indica 421, flight level 380.
Indica 421 Edmonton Center, radar contact. Continue to Yankee Zulu uniform. Indica 421, contact Edmonton Center on 133.75. Good day.
133.75 Indica 421. Goodbye. Edmonton Center Indica 421 flight level 380.
Indica 421 Edmonton Center radar contact. Continue to Roma. Indica 421, contact Vancouver Center on 134.55. Good day.
134.55 Indica 421. Goodbye.
Welcome back to The Price Genie at thepricegenie.com. This is the face of AI design. Artificial intelligence is going to be everywhere, so why not put it on your shirt? The robots are coming. This is the face of AI. Seriously, this is what AI really looks like. It looks great on aprons, coffee mugs, and coasters for a gift. Shirts, skirts, dresses, hoodies, sweatshirts. Baseball caps, stat hats, and bucket hats, they all have the face of AI. We've even got tote bags, duffel bags, blankets, pillows, duvet covers, and shower curtains. Yes, even acrylic block art for your office, all with the face of AI. New items magically appearing every day. Subscribe to the Magic Lamp. It's all at the Price Genie at thepricegenie.com. Quality at great prices. .421 Flys. Bordeaux, France to Seattle, USA. It is the recreation of the Asobo migration to the Microsoft Empire headquarters. It's been a long journey. Coming up on hour number 10. Just pulling into British Columbia. So we're getting closer. Below is the Canadian Rockies. Actually, you know, the Sierra Nevada mountains and the Rocky Mountains meet up at the Canadian border and just form this massive natural obstacle. I don't even think they have a road from one side to the other. Like, I don't know that you can actually drive that easily from Vancouver over to, say, Ottawa. I don't know. But through here, it looks pretty difficult. There is a train. The Canadian Railway, I believe, makes it through. But I think you have to switch trains at Banff, which we're going to kind of fly by. Not exactly. But, yeah, Canadian Rockies, pretty rough, huh? Hate to have to go through here on the winter on foot. Let's take a quick look at our flight plan. And we're still about 350 miles off from our destination. We will be starting our descent here before too long. Probably at the next waypoint.
But that's 250 nautical miles away, so it's going to be a little while. Nice long flight, huh? We're trying to get the frequent flyer miles achievement in Flight Simulator. And this means you must fly from Bordeaux, France to Seattle non-stop. 747 is a plane to do it. And it's actually been a pretty good flight. Making it so far. Just got this last couple of legs to get through. And then a nice, safe landing. That's what we're after. 421 flies. 4 cities.
Indica 421 contact Vancouver Center on 133.5. Good day.
Going to 133.5, Indica 421. Vancouver Center, Indica 421, flight level 380.
Indica 421 Vancouver Center, radar contact. Continue to ROESH. 421, contact Vancouver Center on 1.2.35. Good day.
132.35 Indica 421. Goodbye. Vancouver Center Indica 421 flight level 380.
Indica 421 Vancouver Center, radar contact. Continue to ROESH. Indica 421 contact center on 135.0. Good day.
Going to 135.0 Indica 421. Center Indica 421 flight level 380.
Indica 421 center radar contact. Continue to ROESH. Indica 421, contact Vancouver Center on 125.905. Good day.
125.905, Indica 421. Goodbye. Vancouver Center, Indica 421, flight level 380.
Indica 421 Vancouver Center, radar contact. Continue to ROESH.
.421 flies Bordeaux to Seattle, recreating the Asobo migration to the Microsoft World Headquarters. I'm not sure. I believe we're about to pass over Vancouver, British Columbia. Or around them parts. Vancouver is beautiful if you've never been there. So is Victoria. And after that, everything north gets very cold. That's why they call it the Yukon Territory. A lot more air traffic up here. So I know we're getting close. I've got an ETA of not quite an hour. About 55 minutes. Trying to do our best to catch up on time, but so far our flight time has been about 10 hours. So a little bit longer than 8.5. And we're just going to stay on it.
Indica 421 descend and maintain flight level 280.
Welcome back, Darling Mellow.
Maintain flight level 280, Indica 421.
All right. .280. We'll have to haul ass to get to that one. Only got about 40 miles to do it. Okay, it's only 10,000 feet. It's not that bad. A little too much. Okay, 280. Whoop, hold on. The minute I get there, they're going to call out to go somewhere else. And then, while we would normally use flight change, I need to go a little faster than that.
Indica
So,
421, contact Seattle Center on 125.1. Good day.
maybe about 2,500 feet, not 5,000.
125.1, Indica 421. Goodbye. Seattle Center Indica 421 is passing flight level 375, descending flight level 280.
Indica 421 Seattle Center, radar contact. Continue to ROESH.
And I think we should dial this back a little bit. Looks like we're getting closer. Let's drive this to 80. Yeah. About 65 miles out. Darling Mellow is a sponsor of today's flight. This 421 flies Bordeaux, France to Seattle. You can check out a link to her website on thepricegenie.com. She's got an outstanding website. I get her newsletter all the time. Just drops from the sky. You know, we're getting closer when you see all these location markers. Like that one down there that says Orcas. Orcas. It's an airstrip. Alright, we're barely going to make 28,000 and then they're going to tell us to go down again. You'd like me to get you a pilot hat that says Darling Mellow on it. Okay. I'd love to find, you know, some of these designers that get a custom livery on my plane. We'd get one for you too. Call it Darling Mellow Airlines. Right. A pink airplane. A pink 747. Exactly, Darling Mellow. Exactly.
Indica 421 descend and maintain flight level 180.
Yeah. Right when I get to 28,000, they're like, oh yeah.
Flight level 180 Indica 421.
Go to 180, okay? ATC. No, it's fine. It's not a big deal. Let the robot handle it. I'm not complaining. There we go. Descend to 18,000, please. Otherwise, I believe we're right on course.
Indica 421, contact Vancouver Center on 125.905. Good day.
Going to 125.905 Indica 421. Vancouver Center Indica 421 is at flight level 255, descending flight level 180.
Indica 421 Vancouver Center radar contact. Continue to MARNR. Indica 421 keep speed not above 270 knots.
Keep speed not above 270 knots. Indica 421.
.269 just to be safe. All right. And then I need to get over here.
Contact Seattle Center on 125.1. Good day.
Lined up for Seattle.
125.1, Indica 421. Goodbye.
And get down to
Seattle Center Indica
9,600
421
feet.
is passing flight level 220, descending flight level 180.
Indica 421 Seattle Center radar contact. Continue to MARNR.
All right, that was a little too far. See if we can get a little more on it. I definitely feel we need to get a lower altitude. Yeah.
Indica 421 descend and maintain 12,000 feet.
Yeah, let's see, I knew it.
Descend and maintain 12,000 feet, Indica 421.
Got to put it in a steep dive. Just to get down there. .421 Flys Bordeaux, France, to Seattle, Washington in the USA, over the North Pole. We're on our final descent to SeaTac. At least I think so. We just got to get in the slot of this ILS and we're home free. Hang on. Very steep dive as we get down. We got to get down to 9,650. We're definitely going way too fast. There is an air brake here somewhere. Let's try that. 20%.
Indica 421, you are tree 8 miles northwest. Descend and maintain 6,000 feet. Keep speed not above 210 knots. Expect RNAV Zulu runway 16 left approach via Gryphie transition. Clear to Gryphie.
210, sure.
Descend and maintain 6,000 feet. Keep speed not above 210 knots. Expect RNAV Zulu runway 16 left approach via Gryphie transition. Cleared to Gryphie Indica 421.
Indica 421, contact Seattle Center on 128.5. Good day.
Going to 128.5 Indica 421. Seattle Center Indica 421 is at 10,900 feet, descending 6,000 feet.
Indica 421 Seattle Center altimeter 29.902 radar contact. Continue to Gryphie.
Alright, so far so good for 21 Flys Bordeaux to Seattle. We're on approach. Getting our airspeed down. Got our air brakes on. First time I ever pulled that switch. Still need to get down to 6,000 feet though.
Indica 421, please expedite your descent 6,000 feet.
Alright, let's just switch over to this. See if we can make this happen a little quicker.
Indica 421, contact Seattle approach on 126.5. Good day.
126.5 Indica 421. Goodbye. Seattle approach Indica 421 is at 10,000 feet, descending 6,000 feet.
Indica 421 Seattle approach altimeter 29.902 radar contact. Continue to Gryphie.
Gonna have to make a turn coming up here. So we're gonna get lined up with the runway. We're still a ways out, but that is the Seattle Harbor way out there. We are barely going to make that 6,000 foot altitude.
Indica 421 descend and maintain 4,000 feet.
Descend and maintain 4,000 feet, Indica 421.
Okay, on target so far. I'm gonna pull the airplane a little more this way. Just not quite on target. Need to be as close as possible to pick up that ILS. Little breathing room, just a little. Okay. Okay, I don't know if you can see way out there is the runway. City of Seattle off to our right at about 2 o'clock. And pretty much right on time based on the estimate we came up with a couple hours ago, so very close. A little more than 10-hour flight time. I'm going to go ahead and get lined up with the runway. Almost down to 4,000 feet, not quite. Sure need to be though to catch the... Okay.
Descend and maintain 3,200 feet, Indica 421.
I'm gonna cheat and go 2,800. And we better go VNAV, like real fast. Let's go. Okay. Should do that. We still need to come over on a heading just a little bit. 165.
Indica 421, you are 11 miles north of Seattle. Contact Seattle Tower on 120.905 when inbound.
That would be now.
Tower on 120.905, Indica 421. Seattle Tower, Indica 421, 10 miles north inbound, RNAV Zulu runway 16 left approach.
There we go.
Seattle Tower. Altimeter 29.902, wind calm, cleared, RNAV Zulu runway 16 left approach.
We should engage VNAV.
421 inbound, RNAV Zulu runway 16 left approach.
And approach. No approach mode.
Altimeter 29.902, wind calm, cleared, RNAV Zulu runway 16 left approach.
Seattle Tower, Indica 421 inbound, RNAV Zulu runway 16 left approach.
Indica 421 Seattle Tower. Altimeter 29.902, wind calm, cleared, RNAV Zulu runway 16 left approach. Indica 421 wind calm, cleared to land runway 16 left.
Cleared, RNAV Zulu runway 16 left approach, Indica 421.
Okay, we got a hint of lag here at the end. Oh my God. 421 flies. Right below us is the Boeing factory. They have their own airstrip, their testing facility. Really big place. 421 flies Bordeaux to Seattle on final approach. It's really exciting, right? Darling Mellow, I'm holding my tummy too. I can't do that. I'm not allowed to close eye. Well, I guess I could to the last like 500 feet, but I don't want to do that. I want to watch every moment. This is big. Let's get this thing on the ground. We're home free. All right, let's go and get the landing gear out. It seems like we're a little low. I hope the robot knows what it's doing. Oh, I get it. It's because we're still a little too fast. Okay. I know what it's going to do here at the end. There we go. There we go. Let's let the airplane fly. We're still going a little fast for this landing. It's okay, though. We're going to make it. They always do that with me at ATC. It's always too fast till the very end. There's the blue. A little bit of power here at the end. Little reverse thrust. I would say we are safely on the ground. Oh! I know you can't see it, but we just got it. The frequent flyer miles. Less than 0.07% of all pilots get that achievement. Woohoo! Yes! 421 Flys Bordeaux to Seattle. Whew. That was a 10-hour and 15-minute flight. Yes. All right, let's see if we can get it up to the gate.
Indica 421, turn next taxiway.
Yep, sorry about the grass.
Indica 421, contact ground on 122.275.
122.275, Indica 421. Goodbye.
Thank you so much for joining me. If you came in at different times in the flight, Darling Mellow, thanks for being our special guest on the amazing Asobo migration, the recreation of the Asobo team migration to the Microsoft World Headquarters. 421 Flys, 4 cities. Woo! That was big. I really wasn't sure till we came in on that last approach. About the time we got the ILS, I was like, yes! Nice. Now, I know you didn't see it when the Xbox notification came up on the stream, but don't worry. We'll go take a look in the private profile. Let's just go, park the airplane safely. So I know some of you don't believe me. It's okay. Just because you saw an airplane land in Seattle, that doesn't mean a thing, right? Doesn't mean a thing. You want to see the wings. You want to see those wings. I get it. It was quite a journey. We saw a lot today. I think the biggest surprise, too, was how big Greenland is and then how big northern Canada is. It was like 2 hours of just open space. It's really huge up there. Just nobody. Just open wilderness, tundra. That was long. All right, we're going to get you up here to the gate and let you finally get out of the airplane and stretch your legs. It's been a long day. I want to say thanks one more time to our sponsor, thepricegenie.com. You can find all kinds of great deals on Pete's Coffee and was it Cookies by Design. Also newsletters. Hey, they got the Beehivers. And I really appreciate the Price Genie and all their support for today's flight. Check it out at thepricegenie.com.
Seattle Ground Indica 421, could you please connect the jetway to the aircraft?
Indica 421, the jetway is going to be connected.
Seattle Ground Indica 421, could you please send the baggage?
Indica 421 baggage is on the way.
Well, that was quite a flight. Really exciting, huh? I know some of you out there were rooting for failure. I get it. It's okay. Hate to disappoint you. I did. There it is. Total flight time, 10 hours, 10 minutes. Wow. All right, let's quickly go back to the main menu here. Just quickly want to validate what's happened here today. 115 hours. Yep, we got that one. We got the 100-hour mark in there today on this flight. All right. Here we go. Just so everyone can see the proof. I don't want anybody. There's the Saddle Sore, Century Club. We got that. Okay, where is it? Oh, here, it's right here. Frequent flyer miles fly from LFBD, that's Bordeaux, near Asobo Studio to KSEA, that's Seattle, near the Microsoft headquarters, 100%. Yes! 421 flies. Thanks for joining us at 4 cities.